Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are the Lions.
Corey Kluber was dominant with 14 strikeouts in 7 innings on Tuesday. Only the second Indians pitcher to accomplish that feat. Carlos Carrasco, even better last night with 12 strikeouts in his first career complete game and shutout. Tonight, Danny Salazar will try to follow the leader next on Sports Time Ohio. Pitching has been the theme of this series so far, and the Indians will try to make it 3 out of 4 against the Astros tonight before they move on to Minneapolis on this road trip. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. So Corey Kluber was outstanding. Carlos Carrasco was tremendous. Danny Salazar gets the ball tonight. Rick, since the All-Star break, the Indians' starting rotation has an ERA combined of under 3. It's amazing how good these guys have been.
Well, they have dominated in this series. I mean, starting with Kluber, the Houston Astros hitters have seen enough sliders, cutters, fastballs, and changeups the last 2 nights, to be tied, because Kluber had 14 strikeouts last night. Carlos Carrasco was about as good as you can get. He could have had a no-hitter in that ball game. And Danny Salazar is going to get an opportunity tonight. They're going to see some more fastballs, very good changeups. He'll mix in a slider, but if he can locate that fastball, boy, it's going to be another tough night for the Houston Astros hitters. So we'll see what they have to offer. Danny Salazar went 6 innings, had 3 hits and 1 earned run in his last start against Houston, and matched up against Scott Feldman, 2-2 in his career against the Tribe.
Yeah, very good ERA, despite the fact he's under 500 for the season. So it's the Indians and the Astros. It's the finale of our 4-game series. It's also National Hispanic Heritage Month. Danny Salazar, who hails from the Dominican Republic, will talk about that when we come back. McDonald's, I'm loving it. By your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. By Panini's. Get overstuffed at Panini's Bar and Grill. And by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. And we welcome you into Minute Maid Park here in Houston. It's the finale of our 4-game series between the Indians and the Astros. Danny Salazar will be on the hill tonight for the Tribe. It is National Hispanic Heritage Month, and the Indians were in on Danny Salazar at a very young age. He was beginning to be scouted when he was just a very young teenager, and the Indians signed him up when he was 16 years old out of Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. And with more on Danny Salazar, here's Katie with him.
Well, Matt, growing up in the Dominican Republic, playing professional baseball is every little boy's dream, but it's a dream that doesn't become a reality for all of them. Danny Salazar spoke about playing baseball for fun and when it turned into something a little bit more in our Here Right Audiology Sounds of the Game.
At the beginning, that was like all my dream. You know, we play baseball because that's all we do for fun over there. And but then, like when I was 12 years old, you know, I have a good capacity to throw a fastball, you know, aim for a strike. And one of my mother's cousin, he saw me. He was a scout for the Florida Marlins, and he saw me playing one day. And you know, he decided to help me and like take me with him to the academy and like start practicing every day.
Well, blessed with a great arm is Danny Salazar, and I played in the Dominican Republic, and I got to tell you, that island, that's all they do is play baseball. Those kids from morning till night, they're out there, and that's the only thing they know. So you get an opportunity to have to go to the big country to play baseball, it is their dream is right.
But imagine being 12 years old,
I know,
and somebody affiliated with a Major League Baseball team says, "Hey, you, come here and follow me."
Well, he's very fortunate.
Yeah.
Very, very fortunate.
Danny Salazar will try to pitch the Tribe to a series win. Indians are still in it, but they can ill afford any misstep the rest of the way. The play-by-play between the Tribe and the Astros is next. Honda Dealers. By the Cleveland Clinic. Call today for an appointment today. And by the Northeast Ohio Ford Dealers. All right, we're ready for baseball. Indians Astros here at Minute Maid Park in Houston. And we'll take a look at Terry Francona's starting lineup tonight, brought to you by Progressive. He's got Michael Bourne in the leadoff spot as usual, followed by Jose Ramirez. Michael Brantley batting third. Then it's Carlos Santana. Jason Kipnis after a night off back in there in the 5 spot. Yan Gomes will hit 6th. And it's David Murphy DHing, followed by Lonnie Chisenhall and J.B. Shuck.
GMC starting pitcher is Scott Feldman. He is 8-11 on the year. 6 of those 8 wins have come in this building. He is making his 5th start now against the Indians. He's 2-2 in his career. Last time he pitched against them, he was a Texas Ranger. Let's set that defense behind him. It looks like this. In the outfield from left to right, it'll be Grossman, Fowler, and Marisnik. On the infield from third to first, Dominguez, Petit, Altuve, and Singleton, with Castro doing the catching. That defense brought to you by Kia.
Vic Carapazza calling the balls and strikes. Then it's Larry Vanover, the crew chief, at first. Angel Hernandez at second. Paul Nart is at third. And we're ready to go as Scott Feldman winds it up. And a first pitch in for a strike to Bourne. Michael has gone just 2 for 13 in the series. And a slow breaking ball in for a strike. That's quickly 0-2.
He will throw a lot as that curveball. He's throwing the cutter more now to go with his fastball, not overpowering.
Got a piece. The roof has been closed all 4 games in this series. It's only been open 18 times on the entire year here at home. But it's a good thing we had the roof because it has rained every day here.
Yes, it has. Today it was
heavy
coming down all day long.
Big curve hit to center field. And back goes Dexter Fowler. 1 away. Keys to the game brought to you by Wayside Furniture. Get after Feldman's fastball. And Danny Salazar, can he play follow the leader after back-to-back tremendous starts by Corey Kluber and Carlos Carrasco?
I think he can play follow the leader. And I'll tell you what, these Astros are going to see some more 95-mile-an-hour heat and change-ups.
Bounce by Feldman. Jose Altuve off. Balanced throw, and it's low, and I think he beat it out. No,
I do too.
They call him out. I don't know.
I think he was safe. I think they'll overturn this because Tito's going to go out and take a peek. It certainly looked like it, just from the naked eye, that he beat it out. But Larry Vanover, they're going to have to look at this one again because he laid back on it and then short hopped him over at first.
Safe.
Oh, it's not even close.
Nope.
He's safe. They're going to take a look at it, and they will get this overturned. So it'll be an Indians challenge. There you'll see him coming down on the base, and the ball is not even in the glove. It's not even in your picture yet. So they will overturn this one.
You know, that's a case where I don't know if the speed of Ramirez caught Altuve off guard, but, you know, he tried to get rid of that quickly, and he made a bad throw.
Yeah, you know what? And he laid back on the ball. You know, he thought he had more time than what he had. A lot like what he did to the Indians defense last night, Altuve. You've got to play up. When you've got a guy like Ramirez, you can't stay back and wait. You've got to attack the baseball, get it as quickly as you can, and get rid of it. This should not take long.
I wouldn't think so. And there you go.
No, hey, you know, I know it's only the second hitter of the game, but you better open your eyes because he was safe. There we go. The game was speeding up on him.
So the crew chief is overruled. And again, you see Altuve with a poor throw. I think a good throw might have been the difference. Just don't know that he had time to plant and make that good throw.
You know, you're seeing the short hop and the throw, but if you watched him lay back on that ball, you would see it before the throw even takes place. That's what got him.
So 1 on, 1 out for Michael Brantley. And Michael has had himself a good series. 5 for 12 with a double. Brantley. So they take the hit away?
That's an error? Are you serious?
How can you call an error on that?
I have no idea. They give him 2 hits last night in situations where he hit a ball. Yeah, it should have been. They may change that back, Matt.
The 0-1 pitch upstairs. I could see if it was a poor throw, but he was off balance trying to get rid of it quickly. As you say, he cost himself by kind of waiting back on it initially. But that's the only shot he had to get it there in time, was to get rid of it as quickly as he did.
Well, the funny thing of it is that Altuve hit a ball to Ramirez, who did the same thing last night, and he threw the ball down in the dirt, and they gave Altuve a hit. So be consistent with it.
Oh boy, perfect double play ball. So that's that. The Astros are coming to bat. Wallace, here's his starting lineup for the Astros tonight. It's brought to you by Toyota. Robbie Grossman leading it off, followed by Jose Altuve. What a year he is having. Then it's Dexter Fowler, followed by Chris Carter, Jason Castro, and Jake Marisnick. John Singleton, Matt Dominguez, and Gregorio Petit.
Our GMC starting pitcher, Danny Salazar, 19th start of the season. Danny 6-7 with a .422, coming off a no decision against the Tigers on this road trip, where he pitched well. 5 2/3 innings, gave up 6 hits and 3 runs. He left leading that ball game 4-3, and that's one of the games where the bullpen gave it up. And he has made 1 start against Houston on the year. It was 6 innings, 3 hits, gave up 2 runs, 1 earned run, walked 2 and struck out 7. So he's going to come back, and he's got a tough act to follow after the 2 boys before him, Kluber, Carrasco. We'll see if he can relax and follow suit.
Robbie Grossman, a switch hitter. Going to lead off and take a strike. Grossman in the series, 1 for 8, 6 strikeouts.
Well, 26 strikeouts by the starters. The Indians had 17 strikeouts 2 games ago when Kluber struck out 14. Even in game 1, Zach McAllister started. He struck out 6, and they had 7 strikeouts in that game.
What, 36 strikeouts in the 3 games combined?
Yeah.
Grossman pulls it to first, and Santana will tag the bag one away.
Let's check the Kia Indians defense behind Salazar tonight. It will look like this. Brantley will be in left, Bourne in center, Shuck is over in right, Chisenhall at third, Ramirez at short, Kipnis at second, Santana at first, Gomes again behind the plate.
One away for Jose Altuve. Goes after the first pitch up the middle. Kipnis guns it over. 2 down. Let's go down to Katie Witham. Katie, what have the Indians seen with Danny Salazar, especially over the last month?
Well, Matt, Danny Salazar's always had that ability to strike out a lot of guys, but typically that's come with a lot of free passes. Recently, Mickey Callaway has said he's so proud of the fact that he's cut back on a lot of those walks. Now, the reason why is they actually pinpointed he did a lot of similar things to that of Justin Masterson in terms of speeding up and slowing down his delivery. So they found a consistent tempo, being athletic and much faster, not only led to him being able to repeat his mechanics, but better command, ultimately striking out even more and walking fewer. In fact, his last start, he only walked 1, and it was the last batter of the game.
Yeah, that last start came against Detroit, 5 2/3 innings. Charged with 3 runs on 6 hits. It was the start before that, which was a clunker for Danny. Gave up 6 runs on 8 hits to the Angels in 4 2/3.
That makeup game, he blew up in the 5th.
But that was coming off a complete game shutout against Detroit. So
I'd love to see him get that mentality that Kluber has right now. Carrasco has been able to get. Pitch to contact. Try 3 pitches or less. And that's when you have a good arm and good stuff like that, that's when the strikeouts come.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Rick, because Tom Lawless, who's the interim manager for the Houston Astros, was talking about their success and how well they've been pitching lately. And he said, confidence. You can't be afraid to throw the ball over the plate. It's hard to hit in the big leagues. Everybody knows that. To be a good starting pitcher and compete night after night, you can't be afraid to throw it over the plate.
Yeah. Let it go. The worst thing that can happen is you get knocked out of the game. You know what? That's better than pitching yourself out of a game.
Yeah, I agree.
And walking yourself out of a game. There's nothing wrong with giving up base hits. That's why you have those 7 guys behind you out there and that 1 guy behind the plate. They're all there to help you.
3-2 pitch. Fouled right back by Dexter Fowler. Out of play. Count remains 3-2. Salazar's payoff pitch. Another foul out of play.
The guy went like this, ducked out of the way, and hit his hand and popped right next to the guy.
Sitting next to him.
Sitting next to him, the guy felt bad, gave it to him as he's shaking his hand.
And the payoff pitch is ball 4. It's a moral victory for Dexter Fowler. He's reached base. He's 0 for 12 in the series with 5 strikeouts. And a 2-out base runner for Houston. Indians go to the shift to the left side of the infield. And Salazar Throws it by him for strike one.
You remember that ball that he hit last night off Carrasco to left field, and Brantley caught it. Was real low. We were talking to Michael earlier today, and we asked if he lost that in the lights. He said, no, not that one. He said, but these are the lowest lights in the league when it comes to a ballpark. And he said it's the toughest left field to play. Maybe because of the way the angles, the fences, the way the lights are, it's tough to see. And he said it is not an easy place to play.
You got a short porch, a big wall, low lights.
Yeah,
it's not.
There's
a lot
nothing
good.
going for you. And you remember the ball that went off his glove over there in the first game.
Yeah. 1-1. Out of play to the right.
He said actually Carter hit him a ball a game before that he had issues with in left field because of the lights. But you just never know from park to park. And this ball club hasn't been in this stadium for long. You know, coming in. It's what, their second year coming here.
For the Indians, they haven't had a lot of opportunities over the years in interleague action.
Well, and they'll be right back opening next year after opening the season right here in Houston. First 3 games of the year.
Swing and a miss. Danny Salazar strikes him out to end the inning. No score after 1 in Houston as Salazar pulls the string on Carter. Toyota, a quarter-mile west of Great Northern Mall on the North Olmsted Auto Mile. By Levin Mattress, located in all Levin furniture and freestanding locations. And by Kia. Visit mykiacleveland.com to learn more. No score, second inning. Carlos Santana will lead off for the Tribe. And Scott Feldman goes right at him with a first pitch strike. In the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Scott Feldman on the year 8-11 with a 3.95 earned run average. Signed with the Astros in the offseason as a free agent.
They wanted a veteran guy to come in here and help some of the younger pitchers that they have in the rotation.
Back in 09, he was a 17-game winner for the Texas Rangers. But his career earned run average coming into this year was 462. That's hammered left center. Long run for Fowler, but he's there.
Easy.
On the warning track to grab it for out number 1.
You talk about long loping strides. He got there easily. You know, it did. When it left the bat, it looked like it was going to find some alley. But man, with the long strides of Dexter Fowler, watch, he gets there and just puts the brakes on.
Yeah.
Reaches up and makes the play. Made it look easy. He had a catch here the other night in right center field that he never left his feet. He just reached out there so long.
But the only ball he'd have to dive for is a pop up on the infield. Jason Kitten is taking a called strike. Took off. Anytime a manager gets fired, there's usually fallout afterwards, whether it's people start opening up and saying about all the problems that were going on behind the scenes. Sometimes there are anonymous quotes that filter out. But after Bo Porter was let go by the Astros, it was Scott Feldman who came out and let the media know that when his father passed away in early April, it was a very trying time for him. And he said it was Bo Porter who stuck by his side, even though he got off to a rocky start here with the Astros. He would leave the team briefly in between starts to go back and be with his family and make sure everybody was doing okay. And Feldman said afterwards, quote, "I'll just always be grateful to Porter for the way he seemed like he was really concerned with what was going on off the field with me." Kitten is called out on strikes, and there are 2 down here in the second inning. Sometimes you get caught up in the X's, the O's, the numbers, the stats.
Yeah.
You forget these are human beings that they've got the same problems that everyone else does, and sometimes it's not easy to go out there and play the game because you're dealing with personal loss or tragedy somewhere.
And you need help as well, and that's when managers have to be there for you just as well. You're right. Not just through the games between the lines. There's also a game away from the field.
Pitch down low for ball 1. Yan Gomes having a good series, 4 for 12, a triple and a home run. And that triple played a huge role in last night's win.
Well, his 2-run homer did too. Both the hits he was able to get and add on.
Picked the wrong guy to hit that one toward. Boy, Fowler can cover ground. They might not need another outfielder. They can put him out there all by himself.
Well, the most popular way to follow the September pennant races is with MLB.com at bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball. You can enjoy live look-ins, replay reviews, scores, live radio broadcasts, the MLB TV game of the day, and more. Get at bat for your smartphone or tablet on the App Store or visit MLB.com.
Jason Castro will lead off for the Astros here in the bottom of the second. Left-handed hitting catcher, was an all-star last year for the Astros. Castro joining your old teammate, our good buddy Alan Ashby, is the only Astros catchers to post 2 seasons with double-digit home runs. He had 16 last year, did Castro, and 14 more this year. They don't come much friendlier, down to earth than Alan Ashby.
No, that is true.
How he survived with you animals.
Well, I'm surprised. He still looks good too. He's always been a good, clean living boy, unlike us. You need guys like that around. He's one of the best. Switch hitting catcher, started in the Indians organization, ended up going to Toronto, then coming to Houston.
We played on some really good Astros teams that sort of get lost in the baseball discussion over the years. You know, that late 70s, early 80s, they had some really dynamic, talented players, pitchers,
yes,
position players.
No kidding. Yeah, they sure did. That was before interleague play, and you got to know the National League. You know, if you played in the American League.
1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Jason Castro doesn't like it. He's out looking. Second strikeout for Danny Salazar. Our great clip of the game from last night. Look no further than Carlos Carrasco.
Boy, he was so dominant last night. He very easily could have had a no-hitter. You cannot pitch any better than Carrasco did last night. He had it all working. And I mean, you could tell he was having fun. He was pumped up. Talking post-game show with Katie, he had that heart racing, and what a game he pitched.
1 walk, 12 strikeouts for Carrasco. Jake Marisnick looks at a fastball for a strike.
Base hit.
Well-timed bump by Marisnick.
Well, you play back, you take a chance of getting burned, and he got Chisenhall right there. You know, normally you'll have your scouting report, you'll go over, well, will this guy bunt? Sometimes they say, yeah, but he was way too far back, and Marisnick did the right thing. Look at, he's nowhere in your picture. So he got him that time. He won't be that far back the next time Marisnick comes to the plate.
Well, I mean, think about it. If you're the Astros, in the last 3 nights you've seen Kluber, who's 94 miles an hour. Carrasco was 96, 97, 98 at times. And now you've got Salazar, who's an easy 97, 98 miles an hour.
They need base runners. That's right. That's the element of surprise right there. And there's nothing wrong with that if you're a hitter. I mean, I know there was one out, but if they're going to give you a hit, take it.
John Singleton, 0 for 6 in the series, has struck out 4 times in those 6 at-bats.
Yeah, this dome here has been very cool the last few nights with all the air conditioning these hitters have provided.
Way out in front. Good pitch by Danny Salazar.
Well, he's getting a feel for that. Carrasco had it last night. This is his split change. He taught Carrasco how to hold the changeup. Salazar throws it a little differently than Carrasco does, but you can see it. It's in there. It's a split grip, and he throws his almost like a breaking ball where it goes straight down. Carrasco throws his the other way, and it goes down and away. And
I mean, see you later.
yeah, that wasn't even close.
95 miles an hour, and that's the third strikeout tonight for Salazar.
I mean, when you watch these guys throw it, there's Salazar's straight down. Here's Carrasco's going down and away. But they both grip it the same way on the baseball because Salazar taught Carrasco how to throw it, and you see different reactions to it.
It's a matter of how they release it with their hand.
How they throw the baseball, and it's
runner goes, swinging a foul back. Danny throws his more like almost like a breaking ball where he kind of rolls it forward, whereas Carrasco with that split change, it's just straight down.
Okay,
more like a traditional changeup delivery. If that makes sense.
But as we tell you, it's a feel pitch, and when these guys got a good feel for it, they can go to it. And I'll tell you what, as hard as they throw, that's about the only thing they have to throw is a located fastball and that great changeup. The Indians got their 14th shutout last night. 9 of them have come since the break. So they have been really dealing on the pitcher's mound, the starters in the second half. Tampa, the only team with more shutouts in the second half.
Out of play to the right.
When a pitcher can throw a located fastball, Matt, and then he throws a changeup at the same arm speed, when you talk to hitters, it's almost impossible to hit because it looks like the exact same pitch. You just cannot wait for it because it seems like it just never gets there.
Swing and a miss. Dominguez goes down flailing. 4 Ks for Salazar in the first 2 innings here tonight. Our stat of the game is brought to you by Buick. Last 2 nights, the Indians have had back-to-back starters punch out double digits, 12 or more in consecutive games. First time that's happened since 1966.
Yeah. How about that? That's going back a ways.
And our research analyst Mike Pacta dug deep into the books and has determined that at least going back to 1914, it's never happened in 3 consecutive games where Indian starters struck out double-digit batters.
Well,
and
Salazar's well on his way.
So we could see a little history here tonight. David Murphy looks at the ball outside. Murphy in the DH spot this evening, just 1 for 9 in the series.
Now, as we said, they did change Ramirez's error to a hit, didn't they? They changed it back.
I don't know if they've officially
they did.
done. They were talking about it.
I think they did. It's off the scoreboard now. So
Drill. That's in the gap. Fowler won't catch this one. He will cut it off, however. But Murphy speeds into second base with a leadoff double. So officially now the second hit of the night for Cleveland.
Well, that one, yeah, you better hit a line drive if you want to get it down and past Fowler. And Murphy did just that. That might have been a fastball that was up. He gave a pretty good ride, too. Fowler does cut it off, but not before Murphy could get his 23rd double. And that's what you like. Leadoff doubles, get him over, get him in.
Lonnie Chisenhall pops it back out of play. Blowing away, missed outside with it. 1 ball. And 1 strike. Bounce to second base. Altuve throws out Chisenhall, so he gets him over. Gets his job done. So
yes, he does. He does get his job done. Get him over. Now it's up to the next guy to get him in.
Fans, remember you can tweet your photos to us using the hashtag STOFanPhoto for a chance to have one of your pictures shown during our telecast this year. It's all courtesy of AT&T. And coming up later in the game, we'll have our AT&T fan photo. So 1 on, 1 out. J.B. Shuck. He's 0 for 13 since joining the Indians. But he doesn't need a hit right here to get that run home from third.
Have the infield in here as well. So that certainly helps the hitter.
Fly ball to the outfield could get it done for Shuck.
Well, you just stay patient. Look for a pitch you can handle and a pitch you can drive. And the Indians will have the opportunity to score first in the first 4 games of this series. Scored twice in the first inning. Yesterday was in the 4th.
Oh, good curve. No, that's not going to get him home. Gregorio Petit throws him out, 2 down.
Well, that's why they play the infield in. You hit it weakly, you hit it right at him. The runner at third has to hold.
Infield goes back to normal depth. And with 2 down, Michael Bourne will try to deliver. And that's been a strength of the Indians in this series. A 2-out RBI single delivered them their first run in the series in the opener. It was a 2-out, 2-run homer in Game 2. That was the difference for the Tribe in that victory. And last night, 2 more 2-out RBI hits, providing the only runs of the game. Bourne, a swing and a miss. It's 1-1. I've said it before, just because of the sheer nature of the angle of our center field camera, you don't get an appreciation for how big Scott Feldman is. He goes 6'7". There have only been 2 Astros pitchers in their history taller.
Ooh, pretty good pitch.
That would be J.R. Richard at 6'8" and Randy Johnson at 6'10". So it's a big guy out there on the hill. Not a flamethrower by any means, but definitely a pitcher that can work the angles. Outside, he missed again. 3-1. And he's walked his first batter of the night as Bourne draws a 2-out free pass. First time up for Jose Ramirez. He hit a bouncing ball, and Jose Altuve, his throw was right there. It was just, it bounced. And he was originally called out. They overturned it on replay, and then the official score bizarrely ruled that an error. He has since come to his senses and given Jose Ramirez proper credit for a hit.
Yeah. I don't think Feldman wanted a whole lot to do with Michael Bourne in that situation. He sort of pitched around him. And that's why.
To first, Singleton flips it. Feldman just did beat Ramirez to the bag. That was a close play. Jose, good hustle, but the inning is over. Indians strand a pair. No score, middle of the third. Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to stay tuned later in the game for Miller Time, brought to you by Miller Lite.
There's our boy.
Yeah,
come on, his game's getting, no, he won't. It's getting ready to pitch. He won't miss a Salazar pitch.
Come on, Yosemite. To be continued. Gregorio Petit will lead off here in the third. There he is.
That's beautiful. Look at that hat. There it is. Best stash going right there.
Slowly chopped to short. And Jose Ramirez will retire Petit one away.
Well, come on out and join the Indians on September 27th. It's Fan Appreciation Night out at Progressive Field. The Tribe will take on the Rays. You can enjoy Dollar Dogs, fireworks, other fan appreciation activities throughout the game. Just visit Indians.com for your tickets.
Bunted foul. You know, maybe I'm wrong for making this assumption, but that tells me they don't have a lot of confidence swinging the bats. That's the second guy trying to bunt for a hit.
After one was out.
Yep.
Well, it's interesting because yesterday Altuve said after his first at bat, man, it's going to be a long night.
Great. That was a great quote,
because he says I can't catch up to his fastball, or I can't hit his fastball, so he figured it was going to be a long night for a lot of people. So you're right. They may feel that way.
Yeah, Altuve said when you get a fastball right over the plate and you can't hit it, that tells you, uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
Well, that's a great way to think about it, because he goes up there and he's got the confidence he can hit anybody's fastball, and he swings it every fastball that's thrown. It doesn't have to be, where he's looking. He finds a way to get the bat to the ball. And if he's feeling like that, then you know you have good stuff.
Now the 0-2. Just blew it right by him. Straight heat from Danny Salazar, and that's 5 strikeouts for the Indians right-hander.
Let's check it out on our Nissan pitch tracker. There it is. Come on, get it. 97, and it's right there in the middle. Can you turn up the dial to get to it? He doesn't. He did get a piece of it, though, right into the glove of Gomes.
Jose Altuve grounded out to second base his first time up. He normally swings early in the count.
And often.
Got an interesting story about him. I think I'm going to hold on to it. I think I'll talk about him when he's in the field.
Yeah,
I won't be able to get through it with 2 outs.
That's right. 2 outs in the first pitch. He just swung through.
But I'll set it up by saying this. His manager, Tom Lawless, doesn't know what to do about going down the stretch with Altuve. He'd like to give him a day off here or there, protect that lead in the batting race. But Altuve's basically said, no, I want to play every game.
Well, he should. He's got 7 consecutive multi-hit games.
But as the manager, you're thinking, I want to protect the guy. I want him to win the batting title. He said, hey, if he's got a 5-hit lead going into the last game of the season, make the other guy get 7 hits to beat you. But I don't think Altuve's got to buy it.
No, it's not as hot as he is. Look at he's setting the record now. He's got, what, 213 hits? Keep it going. Try for 220, 225. He'll have plenty of time in the offseason to rest.
Lawless said, I've asked him multiple times, if you need a day off, you let me know.
Well, I love hearing that he's not coming out. Good. See, a manager, I see where the manager's trying to protect him. But you know what? I love it when the player says, no, I'm fine. Leave me alone.
How about that 97 high heat right here?
Yeah. I wonder how Altuve feels now.
I've seen this movie before. I know how it ends.
Well, he did find a way to get 2 hits last night. The only 2 hits that Houston had. Or Carrasco would have had a no-hitter. Look at that changeup out in front, swinging a high fastball. I'm going to tell you something. These guys are going to be thrilled when we leave town. They're going to say, man, get those right-handers, get them out of here. Don't worry, we'll be back opening day next year. And you'll see them probably the same 3.
There's a good chance you will. The 2-2. And Altuve, 98 miles an hour. Able to flick it to stay alive.
That's, you know what, you really have to cut your swing down, because look at that. I mean, just to get a piece of a 98 is, anytime you get above 95, it's just that much harder for the hitter to do anything with it. I don't care if it's right down the middle.
Center field. Moral victory.
Yeah, I put it fly.
1, 2, 3 go the Astros. No score through 3 innings of play.
Well, don't forget to check in during your visit to Progressive Field using the MLB.com at the ballpark app. You can download it on the app or Play stores to unlock offers, rewards, and exclusive content. Learn more at Indians.com.
Valentinez Halomo, longtime season ticket holder here for the Houston Astros, and the most distinctive mustache in the house.
Goes well with the old Astros jersey, doesn't it?
It does.
The hat. Great look.
Brantley banged into a double play that ended the first inning. It's a hard grounder to Altuve. One down here in the fourth. Time for a Mazda game break, and we'll go back to the studios. Here's Al Pawlowski. All right, thanks, Al. Earlier today, another upset. Texas routing Oakland 7-2. The Athletics, I don't want to say they're in a free fall, but they're awfully close to it. They've lost 8 out of 11, 3 in a row.
They're in a free fall.
I mean, Texas with the most losses in all of baseball, but they've now won 6 in a row. Go figure, right?
Well, what do you have to play for? When you play teams that are in the hunt, you can play spoiler. Sometimes that's all you get a chance to do.
2 down here in the fourth. Here's a look at the American League playoff picture with the updated standings. Don't forget the NLDS this year can be seen along with the NLCS on Fox Sports 1. So the Tribe's sitting there 4.5 back, and I guess the other thing we have to remember is that with Kansas City, They've got 3 plus another chance to pick up a game with the 3 outs from the suspending game.
They play Detroit tomorrow for the weekend.
They got a chance to pick up 4 games on the Royals, though. Chance. So,
hey, it's, yes, if Kansas City comes into Cleveland, yeah, that's.
Now, granted, because of where they're at, they put themselves in a position where they have to win every game. But at least there's still that chance, and that's all you can ask for.
That is true. You have the opportunity. You just win, and you don't worry about anything else.
Well, they got to find a way to win tonight, then go to Minnesota, where the Twins have been tough on AL Central foes going down the stretch here. They're not rolling over for anyone.
Well, they never will.
I mean, for as bad as things have been for the Twins this year, they're only 3 games under 500 within the Central Division. In the hole, Altuve spins and throws. What a play! Great range, good pitch, solid throw, and a nice assist from his first baseman, who had to reach back into foul ground to pick it. To play for the Browns. Find out this answer and more with a former Glenville and Ohio State star on Dante Whitner Revealed, Friday night at 7 before Indians Live on Sports Time Ohio. Bottom of the 4th, Dexter Fowler, Chris Carter, and Jason Castro. Fowler drew a walk in the first inning. It's the only time he's been on base in the 4 games in the series. Two quick strikes. Fouled right back. 1-2 pitch. Line to left. And it's the first hit of the series for Dexter Fowler. And he's aboard to lead off this bottom half of the fourth.
Comes back with that heater away, and he stayed on it. Now he had to work for that one. Fouled off a changeup pitch before and takes that fastball the other way. Second hit for the Astros. First time they've had their leadoff man aboard tonight.
Chris Carter down on strikes his first time up. And a foul right back. Low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here in Houston, Tribe General Manager Chris Antonetti has been here for the series, along with many of the organization's scouts and other front office baseball decision makers. And essentially, they've just been evaluating him. You might think, well, don't they have enough time to do that during the season? But as Terry Francona said, what's nice about this is a lot of the guys, especially the scouts, they don't get to see the Indians ball club. They're out looking
every other
teams.
club. Sure, every other club. They are advancing, and they have organizations that they have to scout all the way through.
So he said this is just a nice opportunity to get to visit with them, let them see our team. And he said, I think that makes for better decision making and more enlightened opinions. And he said it's one of the few times we all get together until late in October, just because of the way everyone's schedules work and guys have to get out, probably go scout and watch the playoffs, and get out in the Arizona Fall League, and it's just people are always on the go.
Well, and then when you get home, it'll be all the exit meetings that they have to have with the players before they leave, and you know, that whole process that they go through. And then the organizational meetings, and yeah, it's nonstop.
Close play at first, Fowler back with a dive. There's an old theory that sometimes in scouting you tend to fall in love with other teams' players because you only see them a few times, whereas the guys that are on your organization, you see them more often.
Yeah,
and you see them, with all the warts and all the imperfections.
It's like being a parent, where you get to see your kid every single day.
Near the line, but that's going to slice foul. I shouldn't say it's not the scouting perspective. It's more the front office guys, because the scouts are out looking at other teams. But when you're in the front office, you're seeing your team a lot. And, well, this guy can't do this. He can't do that. He can't do this. You might see another player for a weekend series. Well, that guy's really good.
Well, he had a good series, or he may have had a good year against your team if you play 7 times.
So that's why I think it's important to have your scouts, everybody. And so it's not just your jaded opinion that says, we've got to go get that guy because he's really good. Yeah. Somebody else might say, you know, I saw him for a month and he's...
Well, that's true. You've got to look. You know what? That's why it's tough to say when people say, hey, what do you think about this guy? You know, they ask about a certain player.
Runner goes, foul back.
You can't give a fair opinion if you don't watch him play all the time. You know, you've got to give me 2 weeks. Let me watch a guy for two weeks, 3 weeks, and let him get an idea when he's going good, when he's going bad, and just see him for quite a while, and then you got a feel at least, you know, from the eye test and from you.
Carlos Carrasco's a perfect example of that. If you'd have saw him early in the season, you say,
terrible.
No, I don't want that guy. You see him in September, completely different.
Would have been like Charles
report.
Barkley, terrible early and great late.
Tony the Tiger in September. 1-2 pitch.
Well, there's another thing that they say too. You don't make decisions on a ball player in spring training or September.
Or September, yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's another thing. There's a fastball that had to be high above the belt. It didn't get called.
Carter turns on one, but he hits it right at Brantley, who makes the catch for out number one. A good friend of both of ours that we value and respect his opinion. He's a super scout for one of the Major League Baseball teams. But he told us September's a very tough time to scout and evaluate because it's a lot like spring training. Expanded rosters, guys are coming in and out all the time.
Especially teams that are out of the playoff picture.
Yeah.
And he says that's when it's really tough. You know, and when you to sit and watch guys.
There's Derek Falvey to the right. Chris Antonetti, of course, Indians general manager, on your left. But they're getting into the busy time of the season, and you've got to evaluate the organization and head into the off season and try and figure out what moves you want to make to improve the ball club. Derek, of course, is the Indians director of baseball operations in his third season in that capacity, 7th overall with the club. But these guys, they leave no stone unturned. And I think in today's day and age, you need eyes everywhere. Back goes Michael Bourne. And Bourne did a nice job of getting the ball back to the infield, keeping Fowler at first.
That's exactly what you have to do. You anticipate him tagging up, and you know what? You act like he's going to throw, and he went back and he did the right thing as a base runner. He started and ran about a third of the way down until he sees the throw is going to be right on the money or thereabouts close. And that's how you run the bases, and that's how you play center field. Expect the guy's going to tag, get back there. There goes Fowler. He picks up the baseball. Okay, I got to stop. It's too close. But a guy shouldn't be able to tag, go to first or second on any ball that's out in the grass. I don't think anywhere. If you're an outfielder, that's just my opinion.
Now, what Bourne did so well on that play is another. That goes off the glove of Gomes. So all that good work they did just went right up in smoke.
That could be a pass ball, huh?
Actually, he could be on third base now if it hadn't have made that good play by
It's
Bourne.
a tough play. Oh, yeah, he spiked it. That's got to be a wild pitch. When you throw as hard as Salazar, that's got to be a wild pitch. But go ahead. What were you saying about
what Bourne did? Something you've harped on before is if an outfielder drifts and catches it while he's still going backwards, he can't make that throw to second base.
An outfielder should get into a habit of catching everything like that, because when guys are on base, then you automatically do it. You get lazy sometimes when you get out there and you just catch balls with your, you're on your heels, let's say. You're not getting your momentum going to the infield. And when that happens, you can get lazy and get burned. If you get into good habits and you do that on an everyday basis, it just comes natural.
Perfectly placed ball up the middle, and the Astros get a run. Well, I'm a little surprised Ramirez didn't dive to try and stop that. If he at least knocks it down, the run cannot score. But he tried to reach down and scoop it, and it skipped past him. And the Astros lead it 1-0.
Yeah, you've got to knock it down. Dive. Keep it in play. Yeah, I mean, you put your body there. Now, whether Fowler's going to continue to come around to score is one thing, but you at least have to try. Could he have gotten it? Yes. It went off his glove to begin with. You don't catch it. Knock it down and save the run. So now the wild pitch costs you a run.
2-out RBI single for the Astros, and they lead it 1-0.
That's where you learn as a kid. Anytime you're an infielder, 2 outs, runner in scoring position, knock the ball down. You don't have to catch it and get an out. Stop the run from scoring.
Close at first.
He's got a little crossfire move when he throws over there, doesn't he?
It's almost like he starts throwing before his hips have cleared. Yeah, he is. He's throwing across his front leg.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He turns. It looks weird from our angle.
Watch his left leg.
See, he actually bends that right one back. That's close to a balk in my opinion. I got to see that again in the break. I got to look at that.
Outside, ball 1 to John Singleton. Struck out his first time up.
Check it out again. Let's see the other angle here. No, I guess that back leg moves first. I was thinking his front leg has a little bend to it, and then he goes over there. If that's the case, that could be a balk. But it looked like the back leg did cave in first.
Runner goes. And a strike is called. The ball went haywire.
Boy, another throw from Gomes into center field.
I don't know if he didn't have a good grip on it or what happened.
He didn't, because he spiked that one. So that'll be a stolen base and an error. He has it. It's a fastball, and it goes straight down into the ground. He had to have it messed up on the throw. Ramirez couldn't do anything to keep it in play. It's almost like when guys get good jumps. Gomes tries to rush it a little too much, because he wants to throw him out so badly. Sometimes, if they get a good jump, don't throw it. If you don't have a good grip, that's on the pitcher.
Threw it by him. Ends the inning. 96-mile-an-hour fastball from Danny Salazar. It's his 6th strikeout of the night. But the Astros get the game's first run, lead it 1-0. Injury report brought to you by the attorneys at Elk and Elk. And there was some talk that Giancarlo Stanton might come back for the Marlins, and then they finally just come out and said, "Oh, he's not."
No reason for him to come back.
Yan Gomes will lead off the fifth now for Cleveland. Indians down a run. Gomes slide to center, his only time up.
It's the first time that the Indians have trailed in the series. Always jumped out in front. Scored the first inning in the first two games, even though they lost the first one. I'm saying
first time they haven't scored first.
Right.
Gomes banks it to left, but back there to grab it is Grossman one away.
Well, guarantee postseason tickets with the Tribe's playoff payoff program. If you place a deposit on next year's tickets, fans can gain priority access to this year's postseason tickets. Visit Indians.com for the details.
David Murphy doubled to lead off the third. And it kind of quickly 0-2. Liner caught by Altuve, 2 away. That's going to bring up Lonnie Chisenhall with 2 down on the bases empty. Out of play. Count 1-2. Scott Feldman, a native of Hawaii. Big chopper to first. Indians go meekly in the fifth. 7 straight retired by Feldman. On the road to glory in Avon this Friday night when the Eagles take on the Lakewood Rangers in high school football action presented by Wayside Furniture. Join Jeff Phelps and Frank Stams for all the action after Indians Live on Sports Time Ohio. Bottom of the fifth, 1-0 Houston. Matt Dominguez going to lead it off. To right field, and back goes J.D. Shuck onto the warning track. One away. In-game recap brought to you by Toyota. Only run of the game, a 2-out RBI single by Jake Marisnick. A seeing eye single that just found its way under the glove of Jose Ramirez, and that's it. Wow, awfully close. A little too high, evidently.
Hey, get on base, come on.
Two balls and a strike for Gregorio Petit. Bounced to short his only time up. Low and away. Center field, Bourne, long run, makes the catch, stays on his feet, 2 down. Well, Danny Salazar has struck out 6 Houston Astros.
Well, he's had a nice breaking ball. That changeup has been very good and effective for Salazar. We see it right there. He's had the good fastball. I'll tell you, the one run they scored shouldn't have happened. Wild pitch came into play. Ball could have been knocked down. They did end up scoring that one run back in the 4th inning. But he's been in total control tonight.
Up the middle and through. Robbie Grossman with his first hit of the night, second hit in the series. Let's go downstairs. Katie has more on Jose Altuve as he comes to the plate 0 for 2 tonight.
Well, Matt, Adam Everett, a guy the Indians are very familiar with, the new bench coach with Houston, told me he's had the opportunity to be around some of the game's best hitters, specifically citing Barry Bonds. But he said Altuve's hand and eye coordination is absolutely off the charts. He says watching him, there's no holes in his swing. There's no way to pitch the guy. And what he likes most is the attitude he takes. He steps up to the plate, still proving people wrong.
Yeah, he goes up to hit. He goes up and he's going to swing it. If he can hit it, if he can reach it, he's going to swing at it. He believes he can hit anything for base hits. He's a hitter. I don't think walk is in his frame of mind. Where people like to work counts, This guy's not working a count.
Yeah. He's looking for a good pitch to hit, and when he gets it, he's getting after it.
That's why he's a hitter.
Shallow right, but Shuck comes in to grab it, and the inning is over. 5 in the books. Houston 1, Cleveland nothing.
We are in Texas. ZZ Top is in town there in concert. Borrowed one of the blue jerseys from Tony.
Time now for our AT&T fan photo of the game. Remember, you can tweet your photos to us using the hashtag STOFanPhoto for a chance to have one of your pictures shown during our telecast, courtesy of AT&T. J.B. Shuck takes a called strike. Grounded out his only time up. Down the left field line. Slicing. Oh, what an effort by Robbie Grossman. He didn't come up with a play, but I'll tell you what, he risked life and limb getting after that ball.
We don't get a chance to see it. We're sort of blocked out from where we're sitting behind home plate. But we couldn't tell if it was fair or it was foul. He disappeared, so he goes up. That's another part that makes it so tough to play left field in this ballpark is that, you know, with that ball slicing away, you can see there's only about 3 to 4 feet foul territory down there.
Upstairs.
He got underneath that cutter.
Downstairs. 2-2. Bouncing ball to Altuve. One away. Scott Feldman tonight, nothing fancy.
No, just changing your eye levels. There's a cutter there. He's had the cutter. He takes you off of his hard stuff with the curveball. That fastball will run away, but he's been throwing a lot more cutters. But the Indians haven't been able to do anything tonight. They have 2 hits, an infield single by Ramirez, a double by Murphy, and that has been it.
Michael Bourne shoots it right back.
Six of his 8 wins, talking about Feldman, have come in this building. ERA has been about the same, 3.91 at home. It's a 4 ERA on the road. This is his 15th start here.
Outside, he missed. Call to strike on the outside edge. Bourne doesn't like it, and it's 2-2.
Take a look at it on our Nissan pitch tracker. That's off the plate. That's why he doesn't like it.
Bourne is called out on strikes. Only the second strikeout for Feldman tonight. I don't know.
They wanted away. That's close. That's borderline. I was better than the pitch he called before strike.
On the pitch tracker, it's the only pitch that he threw in the at-bat that was in the strike zone.
Right.
So 2 down. Jose Ramirez, the batter. Upstairs with it, ball 1. Come on, Scott. Come on, help. Strike over the outside edge. Just by Feldman. Altuve fires it on target. And the Indians are going 1-2-3 again. That's 10 in a row set down by Feldman.
of these guys. And, I mean, you see him after every inning. He's meeting them at the foul line, walking them in, talking about what they did, regardless of what he's done at the plate. And that's another thing that it's hard not to be excited or not to be proud of his development.
What a year he has had.
Yeah, I mean, he's developed faster than anybody anticipated.
It's his first year catching every day, and boy, he has taken to it. I mean, his offense is getting better as the season goes on. He's handling the pitching staff wonderfully. The pitching staff has been terrific in the second half, and it's just taken off. So he deserves a lot of credit.
Dexter Fowler has walked, singled, and scored the only run of this game. To right field. And J.B. Shuck has it one away. Let's go downstairs to Katie with more on Yan Gomes.
Matt, Terry Francona said watching the sacrifice that his former Boston catcher Jason Varitek would make every day for the pitchers in terms of running the staff actually made Francona understand the real role of a catcher even better. He went on to say that Varitek was the guy that was almost late to his at-bats because he was in the dugout talking with the starter about what they were going to do the next inning. He said young catchers have it tough. It's really hard for them to grasp quickly. But Gomes has done that, and he said, you know what? If he runs the game the way that we're supposed to, and we're out there shaking hands at the end, then he's done that job.
Yeah, offense comes secondary. Every manager will tell you that when it comes to their catchers. You know, they want them to call a good game, work the pitcher through it, and anything you get offensively, technically a bonus.
Yeah, they say it's a bonus, but still, when you get a guy that has 19 homers,
that's a pretty good bonus.
That's a big bonus. You're hitting 280, 288, mid 60 ribbies. Yeah, that's a huge bonus, is right.
In the dirt, blocked by Gomes. Astros have 5 hits on the night.
All singles.
And a foul right back. A little bit low. 2 balls and a strike. Mentioned earlier in the telecast about the Astros historically that they had some really good teams in the late 70s and the early 80s. Their first trip to the postseason came in 1980. They actually went to the playoffs in back-to-back years in 1980 and in 1981. And their fans experienced a lot of heartache in the early years with regards to the playoffs. In 1980 against Philadelphia, who would go on to win the World Championship. They're up 2-1 in the division series.
What a series that was.
And then lost the last 2, only to see the Phillies go on and take the whole piece of pie. Then in 1981, they're up 2-0 on the Dodgers. And the Dodgers would win 3 straight and go on and win the whole thing. Next time they got to the playoffs was 1986, and that was another epic postseason. It only went 6 games, but the last 2 games went 12 innings and 16 innings. So it seemed like it was a 7-game series. Lost to the Mets, who eventually won the World Championship.
Yeah,
so they were close, but thought it was really interesting too, looking back in 1981 when they went up 2-0 on the Dodgers. The losing pitcher in the first 2 games of that series for the Dodgers, young man working out of the bullpen by the name of Dave Stewart.
Oh yeah, okay.
Who would go on to become one of the more dominant pitchers
Oakland.
as a starter in the late 80s.
Right, later with the Oakland A's.
Yeah.
Right.
Swing and a miss. Castro goes down. That's strikeout number 7 for Salazar. 2 down here in the 6th.
Another changeup. There you go. Bottom disappears. Get the swing over the top. And you get another strikeout, number 7. That drove in the only run of the ball game back in the 4th inning. 2-out single. Just got it past Ramirez at shortstop.
After the 86 NLCS, the next time the Astros would return to the postseason was 97. And then they had a 4-year stretch where 3 out of the 4 years the Braves eliminated them from postseason play. Runner goes, throw down, they got him. Kipnis applies the tag, and the inning is over as Chris Carter is caught trying to commit larceny. Astros lead it 1-0 as we go to the 7th. Find out what's happening with the Browns as they prepare to host the Ravens. Browns Insider with Mike Pettin, presented by Liberty Ford. Following Indians Live right here on Sports Time, Ohio. Michael Brantley going to lead off here in the 7th. He is 0 for 2. Twice he has grounded into outs on the night. A double play ball in the 1st and a bouncer to 2nd in the 4th. Deep right. And the catch made by Marisnick. And Michael Brantley 0 for 3 tonight. His 8-game hitting streak potentially in jeopardy here if the Indians don't get something going offensively. That's 11 in a row set down by Feldman.
He smoked that ball. That's probably the hardest hit of them all. But right into the tracks of Marisnick.
Santana has fly to center and bounced to first. Oh, he popped him straight up on the infield. Petit, 2 down. Time for a Mazda game break. Here's Al Pawlowski. Thanks, Al. Kipnis chases. And he's down 0-2. Two-strike pitch. Upstairs with it. Chopped to short. Petit. Scott Feldman continues to fluster the Indians hitters. 13 in a row he has retired as the Astros still lead it 1-0. We reach the 7th inning stretch presented by Spitzer Auto World. Life is hard. Buying a car shouldn't be. You get a look in at Minute Maid Park from our Panini's Overstuffed cam tonight. 16,417 on hand for this, the series finale. These two will meet again, of course, when we open the 2015 baseball season next April. Jake Marisnick will lead off for Houston. Astros' lone run came in the fourth on a 2-out bouncing ball single up the middle. Not only do the Indians not have a run, though, they have just 2 hits, and their last base runner was in the 3rd inning. They have been completely stymied by Scott Feldman to this point. Jake Marisnick taking the strike. It's 1-1. Just off the plate. 2 balls and a strike. Marisnick goes down swinging. That's number 8 for Danny Salazar. 1 down on the 7th. This October, history will be made as baseball's postseason moves to America's new sports network. Fox Sports 1 is your new home for the National League Division and Championship Series, and it all begins this October. There's John Singleton, 0 for 2 on the night. He has struck out twice. Talking about Houston and their postseason history, they've also hosted the All-Star game 3 different times. Once in this new building, twice before in the Astrodome. The first All-Star game hosted by Houston was in 1968, which, as we all remember, was the year of the pitcher.
Yes.
Dominant. So no surprise that the All-Star game that year was a 1-0 ball game. It was won by the National League, but interesting to me is that Louis Tiant started that game, Cleveland All-Star, led the league in ERA that year, was just outstanding. Willie Mays is leading off for the National League. He gets a base hit. Louis tries to pick him off and throws it away. He goes to second. Then a wild pitch moves Mays to third. Willie McCovey would hit into a double play, and that would be the only run of the game.
No kid, no RBI, huh? So,
yeah.
Wow. That was the year of the pitcher. You are right.
How about the names that pitched in that game, though?
Gibson, I'm sure.
No, he did not pitch in that game, believe it or not. I don't know, maybe he had pitched the day before the All-Star break or something. There's number 9 for Salazar. He just keeps clicking them off. He has fanned 3 in a row. And John Singleton got a good look at this one.
Well, that's 2 strikes, man. You're taking the fastball. He swung wildly the first 2 times up and takes the heater to hit.
So for the AL, Louis Tiant, Blue Moon Odom, Denny McLain, Sudden Sam, Mel Stottlemyre, Tommy John finished it off.
All right.
Nationally, Don Drysdale, Juan Marichal, Steve Carlton, Tom Seaver, Jerry Koosman. Pitch low and away. Two and 1 to count with Matt Dominguez at the plate. He is 0 for 2. He has struck out, flied out. The pitch is hit to left. Brantley back, reaches up, jumps in the air, makes the catch, and the inning is over. The Astros go 1-2-3. Salazar with 9 strikeouts on the night. When we go to the 8th, And the Tribe's down 1-0. Broadcast is presented by authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. Indians Live presented by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care is coming up next here on Sports Time Ohio. We go to the 8th inning. Scott Feldman and Danny Salazar have both been dealing.
Yeah.
Scott Feldman, though, again, you watch him pitch, he doesn't do anything fancy, nothing that really makes you go, wow. But 3 starts ago, game against Texas, he went complete game 3-hit shutout. Back on August 3rd against Toronto, complete game, 1 run allowed. He had a game against Oakland, 7 innings, 1 run allowed. His first start of the year was against the Yankees, 6 2/3, 2-hit shutout baseball. So he has done this to teams during the season. It makes you scratch your head because it's not 98. It's not a wicked overhand curveball, but he just knows how to keep hitters
He's
off
only
balance.
faced, like Carrasco, 2 over the minimum.
Yeah. He has set down 13 in a row as Yan Gomes digs in here with only 6 outs left to go for Cleveland. This guy, even at 6'7", I guess would be classified as a comfortable 0 for 4. One of those guys that you faced in your day where you went up there, you thought, how did I not get a hit today?
What's he throwing? 88, 89. He's cutting it and he's throwing a curveball. He's just changing your eye level. They haven't hit very many balls on the nose. They're very hard tonight to begin with. He's walked 1. He's only struck out 2.
Murphy's leadoff double was the hardest ball hit, I think.
That's the only chance they had to score a run. They had a man at third base in less than 2 outs and then couldn't get it done. After the other hit, he got the double play ball.
Gomes spanks it to left again. Second time tonight. He's hit it hard, but right at the left fielder. And Brantley hit a hard fly ball to right field that was caught by Marisnik. That's been the only balls that were really barreled by the Indians hitters here tonight. It's been a lot of overs. In-game box score brought to you by Hyundai. Here's David Murphy. That double back in the 3rd looms large now only because of the way the rest of the game's played out. He had a leadoff double. They moved him to 3rd, but they couldn't get him home. Swing and a miss by Murphy. Upstairs, tried to get him to chase after it. He would not do it. Carrasco completed last night's game on 98 pitches, and here is Feldman at just 85 pitches on the night with one out here in the 8th. Oh, that was close.
That was very close. Just a little bit. We've seen pitches out there called the strike tonight.
So Murphy works himself into a full count situation. Lonnie Chisenhall would be next. Well, he will be next, I should say. Up the middle, but look who's there. Petit cuts it off, throws him out, 2 down. And up comes Lonnie Chisenhall. Feldman misses up high. Lonnie just 2 out of 14 in the series.
One at a time, Scotty. Come on now. Come on now.
On the road trip, Chisenhall 5 out of 26. By the way, this road trip continues tomorrow night in Minneapolis. Indians and the Twins open a 3-game series at Target Field. Now the 2-0. Feldman is behind 3-1, one of the few hitters. Murphy worked him, but he's behind Chisenhall 3-1. Full count.
He cut this one. Kept it away. There's the old cutter down and in. He got Lonnie to swing over the top of it. 3-2 now.
Oh, payoff pitch. Up the middle. Altuve can't get it. It squirts through. Truly a seeing eye single for Lonnie Chisenhall to keep the inning alive.
Boy, it went. Feldman just missed it. Going over the mound. Altuve just misses it. Petit went sliding. Check this out on our Wendy slow motion replay. He just misses it on the pitcher's mound. Altuve missed it. Petit missed it. It gets into what's a right fielder pick it up. Marisnik and throw it in.
That ball had eyes.
It sure did, and he kicked it. There's the backhand miss. There's Petit sliding a miss, and then he kicked it. So a 2-out single. Third hit.
J.B. Shuck gonna get a chance with 2 outs. Slow curve misses, ball 1. Tom Wallace, no action in the bullpen for Houston. Not that there should be. As Feldman misses up high. It's 2-0 on his 96th pitch of the night. And now Castro wants to go out and talk.
Well, slowing it down.
Is going to get busy.
Yes, it looked like Tony Sipp. I'm going to figure how long can you play a 4-game series and not see a left-hander Tony Sipp come into the game and pitch against us. But that was his first pitch, so that's why they're trying to stall for some time to try and get him ready. You've got Bourne on deck, but it's a 2-0 count. And Feldman's starting to fall behind a couple of the hitters now. Fell behind Chisenhall 3-1. He's made it look very easy to this point.
He had retired 15 in a row before Lonnie's base hit. Now J.B. Shuck tees off, but deep in center field, Dexter Fowler makes the catch. As promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Danny Salazar has struck out 9 Houston Astros batters on the night. He's given up just 5 hits and 1 run has scored.
Yeah, he's been in total control too. A wild pitch ended up costing him a run, really. The only run was scored back in the 4th inning, a 2-out single. I'd like to see him get through this inning and at least give him a chance to hit a win if they can score.
Gregorio Petit, first ball swinging, sends one to center field, 1 away. Oh, here comes Terry Francona. He gets 1 out on 1 pitch, but he's not going to let him go through the order the 4th time. And a Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen is going to be for left-hander Nick Hagedon. 1-0 Houston. Went 7 1/3 innings here tonight.
You know, he could still be in the game very easily. He earned the right to pitch, but Francona wanted to go with Hagedorn. I think Hagedorn's here just for the one hitter, because Atch will be on for Altuve.
Robbie Grossman is the batter. He's a switch hitter anyway. 1 for 3 on the night. Bumps it up in the air, foul. Third time tonight we've seen an Astros hitter try to bunt with 1 out. Once it was successful, once it was not. I should say twice it has not been successful now. Trying to throw with a curveball, but it missed, and it's 1-2. Back-to-back curveballs, 2-2. Almost understand the first one, but when you threw the fastball by him, why not just go right back to it? Now he had to expect it was coming. And a lazy fly ball to right, 2 down. And we'll get another pitching change. Hagedorn gets his man. Timeout in Houston. Still 1-0 Astros. Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. It's coming up next here on Sports Time Ohio. Scott Atchison is the new Indians pitcher. He'll be facing Jose Altuve. Swings at the first pitch, sends it to left field, and the inning is over. We go to the ninth, 1-0 Astros. Keys to the game. Get after the Feldman fastball. Well, they haven't been able to do anything against Feldman tonight. They have 3 hits, 3 singles in the ball game. And for Danny Salazar, well, he did his job. He was terrific. 9 strikeouts. He gave up 1 run.
Yeah, well, Feldman going out to start the inning. Their bullpen is ready. I know Sip was throwing and their closer Qualls is up there getting loose. So we'll see how it plays out here in the ninth.
And Michael Bourne looks at ball 1. Bourne is 0 for 2. He walked back in the 3rd inning. Just 2 for 15 though in the series. Lifted toward left center field in the gap. Long run for Fowler. He won't get this one. And it hangs up in the bullpen fencing. Bourne's around second. He's going for third. I haven't seen the umpire make a signal yet.
The ball went into the bullpen. It went into the bullpen.
But the umpire hasn't made a signal. I saw the ball. The ball's right on the field. That's an inside the park home run for Michael Bourne. The ball is right there at the base of the wall. Dexter Fowler either lost track of it or I don't know what happened. There's the baseball right there. All he had to do was pick it up. That's an inside the park home run. Unless something happened to that baseball.
I think Fowler's saying it went up and it went through the fence.
And then magically came back out again?
I don't know. He was pointing, and I did see it go up, but you keep running, and you're right. I don't know if they're going to have to look at this or what. This is strange.
All right, here we go. Ball goes up. It it got dislodged. Oh,
in the padding. It's in the padding.
And then it came.
It must have fallen down.
There it is, right
there.
there.
It came down after he. Look at, they both looked and they said it came down.
This is going to be a weird one.
No, that's not. It's not. It's got to be in play.
It's right there.
It's on the field. Look at him. He's like, well, that's the ball, but.
Well, it's an inside the park home run for now. Let's see what replay has to say about it.
That's got to be a home run.
Do you happen to know off the top of your head on a ground rule what the ruling is?
If it gets stuck in the fence, but by the time, I mean, you got to let the umpire see it. By the time he got out there, it fell down in play. He didn't see it.
It looked like it was missing for about 2 seconds, maybe.
I don't know. I got to say it's going to be called a home run. See, the headsets are already off.
Wow, that didn't take long.
Second base, ground rule double.
Wow.
What a break! Now Terry Francona wants to.
How about they weren't going to go say anything to him? You got to go explain yourself.
Well, you know, when they go over the ground rules before the game, I'm sure that's what they were looking at. Now he's got to explain to Francona.
Wow. That's a huge call in the game now because that would have tied it up.
Well, at least Bourne's going to be on second base.
And Terry's pleading the case that the ball, it never really was stuck.
And you know what? Normally you're not supposed to talk after the call has been changed. You know, normally they throw you out if you do.
Well, they got to explain themselves, though.
Yeah, I agree.
And so he's probably saying, well, wait a minute now. Because this becomes an interpretation of the ground rules, obviously. So Bourne ends up with a double. One more look. So the ball hits the ground, goes up against the fence, disappears 1, 2.
Now they hold it up, but now it's already on the ground.
Maybe 2 seconds at most.
And Bourne never stopped running. He just kept right on running all the way around.
Well, we're going to get a pitching change now. Looks like Tom Lawless is going to go to his left-hander, Tony Sipp, maybe?
Yeah, well,
Here
you're going to
it
get a
comes.
sacrifice situation if Ramirez, who leads the league in that department. So, oh boy, we're going to have some action.
About the bizarre play.
Why is he covering his mouth?
Doesn't want anybody to see what he's saying to him.
Is that important?
Tony Sipp coming on now for the Astros. So that ball was out of sight for under 2 seconds. That's how long the ball hit the fencing, went behind the padding. So it was less than 2 seconds before that ball. Here it is in real time. Ground, fence, disappears, and there it is. I don't think that's enough to give a guy.
Boy, it sure doesn't look like it, man. It certainly does not look like it.
I give Dexter Fowler credit. He sold it, and he sold it well, even though they didn't buy it on the field. But they bought it in replay. And we'll see if it's costly or not for Cleveland. Jose Ramirez, corner infielders pinching in. Ramirez didn't give his position up as Sip went to the turn towards second base move. Jose Ramirez has played in just 58 games yet. 13 sacrifices on the year. Oh, well done. Well done. Barehand grab. Throw by Dominguez. And Ramirez is called out. Are you kidding me? Another bang-bang play. And here comes Terry Francona again.
Well, I got to tell you, Vanover was not in position. Now, I don't know how close it was from the naked eye. I didn't get a good look at it. Although it's going to be a close play. Altuve made a beautiful pick on this throw by Dominguez. It was short hop. Let's see. I'll tell you, you know what? He's playing behind him. He's nowhere in sight. He didn't watch where his positioning is. Boy, that's going to be close. You got to take a look at that one. Boy, oh boy.
That's really close.
This one may take a while.
Watch his bare hand try to cradle it. So ball, when is the ball? I think he's safe.
Well, the thing of it is, I'm going to say,
the out. I mean, when is the ball? It enters the glove. That is going to be.
He had the second hitter of the game, and it was Ramirez again that he called him out before.
Yeah.
And he was safe. They had to overturn that one. This one's just as close. And I mean, they're getting a look at every different angle, and it's tough to say if Altuve caught the ball or was it I don't know. This is going to be a tough one to overturn. I mean, we could see it from a bunch of different shots.
I think he's safe by a whisker.
But he's called out. So the Indians are going to challenge it again. They've already gotten one call there tonight. Will they get another?
See, now here's the other thing. So the ball is in the glove right there. It's almost a dead tie. And he's also trying to cradle it with the bare hand to keep the ball from moving in the glove. So
yeah, but they won't look at that. They won't look at that. That was really a nice pick to save Dominguez on Altuve's part. But boy, that was bang, bang at first base. Yeah, see, he's talking to Ramirez to see what he thought. You know, they're all talking about it. Did you think you beat it? I thought we had you. They think they're done. He is safe. The second time they've had to overturn a Vanover call at first.
Well, that's a sacrifice, but it's just great hustle by Ramirez to turn that into a hit. I mean, he's just trying to give himself up.
Well, you don't have an out now. That's how big that call was. Now you get it. There's his foot down there. He's safe.
Jose never saw it, though. Look at his helmet came down over his eyes. Right as he punched the bag with his foot, his helmet comes right down.
That's going to be a hit.
Eyes.
That's not a.
That's what I'm saying, though. He's trying to sacrifice,
right.
But just out of his sheer hustle, he ends up getting a base hit out of the deal. So, first and third, nobody out, and Michael Brantley 0 for 3 on the night. Well, that certainly changes the potential outlook of this inning in a hurry. Low, ball one. Tony Sitt, in 52 games this year, has a 3.28 ERA. Got him in between. Brantley couldn't hold up. 1-1.
Yeah, not too often you see Michael just a little out front there. He's going to go back and have a little meeting with himself to reset.
Tony never seemed to really get a good opportunity with the Diamondbacks, and then this year he went to camp with the Padres and didn't get an opportunity there. Asked for his release from the minor leagues and immediately snapped up by the Astros. Crowd thought it was a strike, but it's 2-1 now for Michael.
Well, that's a tough pitch. Maybe a little low. That's a tough pitch to take there. Michael didn't like it. He's looking for something he might be able to hit in the air.
To first, Singleton's got Bourne in a rundown. He's coming home, and he's out. Well, the Astros have played some shabby defense in this series. That was a good heads-up play by Singleton.
Yeah, you're not going to give up the tying run. He threw behind him, and they forced Bourne. He was going to try and score. I thought he might try to get into that rundown to where the speed could go to second and third, but he decided to come to home plate. He made him give up the ball. I thought right there maybe a little bit of a rundown because he gave it up early. Bourne tried to come in and beat the throw to the plate, and he is out.
We're going to get a timeout for another pitching change. 2 on, 1 out in the ninth. Indians down 1-0. Well, here's how the inning started. Michael Bourne smoked one to the gap. Ball disappeared for less than 2 seconds. Bourne kept running. The umpires made no signal. They ruled an inside the park home run for Bourne. Then they went back and looked at it on replay and overturned it and called it a ground rule double. Then Jose Ramirez laid down a sacrifice bunt. He's called out, but replay said, "Oh, he's safe." So it was an infield hit for Bourne. So first and third, nobody out. Brantley chops it to first, and Bourne is cut down trying to come home. So now first and second for the Indians with only one out. Carlos Santana will be the batter, and he'll be facing Chad Walls.
What an inning. You're right. Ramirez 2 times tonight. They overturned plays with him going to first base and beating it out. He is in scoring position, so you have good speed at second. Ball's coming on. 18 out of 23, but most of those blown saves, 4 out of his 5, have come against the Oakland A's. Santana up there now.
Carlos Santana 0 for 3 on the night. In the dirt.
Boy, that would have been nice. In the dirt. Castro able to pick that ball pretty much.
The count for Santana. Again, going back to the play with Bourne on the ball hitting the outfield. As I did a quick look at the ground rules here in Houston, the universal ground rules, the only thing it says is if the ball lodges. Well, did the ball technically get lodged between the fence and the sign for 1 point something seconds? I guess so. That's what they ruled. 2-0 pitch. Outside. If Santana walks, Mike Aviles would be next. He's waiting on deck, assuming Terry Francona doesn't go to a left-handed pinch hitter. Now the 3-0. A borderline pitch called a strike, so it's 3-1.
You know, you can't swing at this pitch. That's a ball. He hasn't called it up there all day long, and he does right now in a 3-0 count. You still have a couple more pitches to deal with. But that's not a good one to swing at. He didn't, but it was called.
Santana rifles one into right center field. Coming around third, Jose Ramirez will score the tying run. Carlos Santana delivers here in the ninth. It's the Indians' third hit in the inning. They only had 3 hits in the game coming into the ninth. And we're even at 1 apiece.
It's going to be on McDonald's. I'm loving it. He got a pitch to his liking out over the plate that time. That one was down a little bit more. That was a strike. Santana liked it and laced it into right field. Marisnik gets the ball in, but with the speed at second, he's going to come around. They tie the score. It's 1-1. And Brett Strom's going to go out and have a talk with his closer now.
Well, I'll give this Indians club credit for their grit. Down 1-0. Unable to get anything going all night long offensively. But Michael Bourne started it with what appeared to be an inside the park home run to start the night. He got sent back to second, and even after he was erased, it's Santana who delivers, and the Indians tie the score. Now Mike Avila still 2 on and only 1 out. And Avila's, this will be his first at bat of the night. Pitch. Avila sends a high drive to right field. Back is Marisnick. He'll make the catch. Brantley will tag and go to third, but now there are 2 down. So that'll leave it up to Yan Gomes with first and third and 2 out in the ninth. Gomes 0 for 3. He's flied out all 3 times tonight. Well, as I mentioned earlier, the 2-out hit has been big for the Indians throughout the series. We'll
Boy, has it ever.
Get another one.
It's been big for him on the road trip. But it's been 2 outs and nobody on is when they've been getting a lot of them. They've got that go-ahead run at third base just 90 feet away. Heads up for anything in the dirt.
Down low, ball 1.
Hey, boys, come on, Chad. Come on. Come on, hey, you can do it.
Indians have scored 18 runs on this road trip so far. 12 have come with 2 outs.
It's a called strike to even the count. Indians have outscored their opponents on the year 63 to 55 in the ninth. Now goes down on the count 1 and 2. Michael Brantley is the go-ahead run at third base. Strikes him out, ends the inning. Indians tie it. Will go to the bottom of the ninth, tied at 1, thanks to Carlos Santana's RBI single. All right, we go now to the bottom of the ninth. Danny Salazar, I should say, put forth a heck of an effort tonight. And thanks to Carlos Santana, he's off the hook. And Scott Atchison will pitch the bottom of the ninth. They'll face the 3, 4, 5 hitters for Houston: Dexter Fowler, Chris Carter, and Jason Castro. This was just a kind of a ho-hum, well-pitched game by both sides, and all of a sudden in this ninth inning, it's gotten downright strange.
Yeah, it sure did. That was a weird top half of the inning, starting with that leadoff hitter, Michael Bourne, and everything that happened after that. But the Indians were able to put one on the board and tie it. And this is a game they have to win.
Yeah, Dexter Fowler takes 1-1. Up the middle, and that is through. Aviles with a diving effort, but couldn't get to it. And the Astros have their leadoff man aboard here in the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah, they were playing him over, maybe to pull a little bit more. This ball sinkered down and away. You can see by the time Aviles started, he hit it in the right spot. He wasn't going to get there. That's the second hit for Fowler. He scored the only run for Houston back in the fourth. He was on first. Salazar made a wild pitch. He got himself into scoring position and then scored on a 2-out base hit.
Now Chris Carter, just 2 hits in the series, but 36 home runs on the year. Always dangerous, his presence. 1-out smash to short. Ramirez to second for 1. On to first, a double play. That's the other thing about guys that hit the ball hard. If they hit it at people, real good chance to turn a double play.
Yeah, that was a one-hopper and had some top spin. But Ramirez catches it, so it's an easy double play once he catches it cleanly. They get the double play, and Atchison, his day is going to be over. Hands it to the skipper, and he will walk off.
So we've got a timeout for a pitching change. Mark Zubczynski coming on when we come back. Janet hitting Jason Castro to the plate. Mark Zipchinski will be the new Indians pitcher. Jason Castro is 0 for 3 tonight, has struck out twice, and 2 for 10 in the series. Castro quickly in the hole. No balls and 2 strikes. Grounded up the middle. Ramirez bobbles it slightly, throws him out, and we've got extra innings in Houston, tied at 1. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. In extra inning affairs this year, this is the 19th time for the Indians to go to extra frames. And on the road, they're 4-2. Overall, 11-7 this season. The Astros, this is their 11th extra inning game of the year. They're 6-4, and they've gone 3-1 in those extra inning contests here at Minute Maid Park. Left-hander Kevin Chapman coming on to pitch here in the 10th, and the Indians are going to go to their bench as Jesus Aguilar is coming up to pinch hit for David Murphy.
Well, Borney started that inning off when you knew something weird was going to happen. The ball got lodged in the netting or in that padding for a couple of seconds. No call was made. They overturn and says that's a double. Go back to second. Then on the bunt, the sacrifice bunt, Ramirez hustles and beats it out. He's called out. Overturned. He was safe. First and third. Nobody out. Santana comes up, gets a base hit. Ended up scoring the only run in Ramirez. And that's how the Indians got their run in the ninth. And we are heading to the 10th.
Jesus Aguilar will pinch hit. Takes up high ball one. Aguilar has 4 hits and 27 at bats on the year. 0 for 2 as a pinch hitter. All 4 of his hits have been singles. Tyler Holt has a bat on the bench. It looks like he'll hit for J.B. Shuck, who's due up third. Aguilar sends one high in the air to center field. And Dexter Fowler makes the catch one away. Lonnie Chisenhall. 1 for 3 tonight. Out of 15 in the series. Smashes it towards Altuve. 2 down. Now the pinch hitter, Tyler Holt. Holt is 2 for 3 in the series. On the year as a pinch hitter, he is 3 for 4. And it's a little bit high, ball 1. Two down. We're in the 10th inning. And Holt takes a strike, 1-1. Left-hander Kevin Chapman delivers. Low and away. 2 balls and a strike. Upstairs. Down the right side, that's going to slice and find its way out of play.
Hey boy, Chappie, come on. Come on, Chappie.
Kevin Chapman was a 4th-round pick by the Kansas City Royals back in 2010. Came to the Astros in exchange for Jason Bourgeois and Humberto Quintero at the end of the spring training portion of 2012. Out of play. Chapman went to the University of Florida after high school. It's 4 years for the Gators. In 2010, his last year there, he helped them reach the College World Series. Holt lifts one to right. Indians go 1-2-3. Go to the bottom of the 10th, tied at 1. Danny Salazar was terrific tonight. Following the performances of Corey Kluber and Carlos Carrasco, he just missed reaching double digits in strikeouts. He fanned 9. We believe it would have been the first time ever that the Indians had 3 pitchers put up double-digit strikeouts in consecutive games.
Well, he came out. He had a nice changeup working, good fastball. Gave up 5 hits. Only walked 1. The wild pitch ended up helping Houston score their run in that 4th inning. And the Indians were able to rally back and get one in the 9th inning. So we are going into the bottom of the 10th, and Brian Shaw coming on now for the 76th time. He's going to face Marisnick, Singleton, Dominguez, the scheduled hitters. Tyler Holt remains in the game, goes to right field.
And away we go. Jake Marisnick shoots it right back to the screen. Two for 3 on the night. A couple of singles. He drove in the only run of the game for the Astros back in the 4th. Broke his bat. Out goes Ramirez. He's calling for it. 1 away. John Singleton 0 for 3 tonight. Get this, he's 0 for 9 in the series with 7 strikeouts.
Foul.
Off the bat.
Yes, it did. He didn't say anything.
And it's 0-2.
Tough to tell that way.
He took another one right down the middle. Wow.
Locked in.
2 down.
Well, there you see it. Second time tonight he's taken one right there with 2 strikes. 4 times on the evening he has gone down.
And Matt Dominguez to the plate, 0 for 3 tonight. One hop smash up the middle. Aviles from the outfield grass throws him out. The Astros go 1-2-3 and will play on to the 11th. Still deadlocked at 1. Extra innings are presented all season long by Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. Michael Bourne's going to lead off here in the 11th inning. He led off the 9th with this. On the field, it was ruled an inside the park home run. They went back and reviewed it and said the ball was lodged under the padding, evidently. It was for less than 2 seconds. So, not sure what Terry Francona was told. I'll be curious to see what what they told him.
Exactly.
Because the ball did clearly disappear, but for less than 2 seconds. So at what point is the ball, quote unquote, lodged behind the padding? The minute it disappears? Okay, if that's the rule, then fine. Bourne takes a strike. 1-1. Oh, good breaking ball. Snapped off a good curve, and it's 1-2.
Started it off right behind his back, and the next thing you know, it sort of locks him up. He'll take it for a strike.
Off the end of the bat towards third. Dominguez flips it over. One away. Jose Ramirez. Rifle down the left field line, but foul. So the count now 0-2.
Come on, Chappie. Come on now. Come on, kid.
Ramirez an infield single in the first and a bunt single in the 9th.
Both of them overturned.
Both of them the right.
If it was up to Larry Vanover,
he'd be 0
Ramirez
for 4.
would be 0 for 4. Instead, he's 2 for 4.
You think about that. 1 year ago, he's 0 for 4.
Yeah.
Nice grab by the Tribe fan.
Wahoo. Yeah, that's true. Makes a difference, doesn't it? Both those plays, they were very close at first base as well. But both of them overturned.
Think of how many more hits you would have had. Had there been
I
replay.
guarantee it would have been a lot more.
The 0-2.
Used to be a rule of thumb that ball, like even when you're stealing bases and things like that, you'd have certain slides, and now they have to pay attention and watch. I mean, a lot of that takes place. Ball beats you, you're out, you know, for the most part.
Not anymore.
No siree.
2-strike pitch. Ground ball right at the shortstop. 2 down. Michael Brantley 0 for 4 on the night. brought an 8-game hitting streak into the contest.
Well, has a chance to continue it here. Hit a double.
One ball, one strike. And Brantley shoots it into right field.
There you go.
For a 2-out single, keeps the hitting streak alive. That gives him a hit in 9 in a row.
They hit a double. He gets a go on a 2-out base hit, something that they've been very good at on this trip.
Well, I got to thinking, Rick, had he doubled, they might have pitched around Santana. Now they'll probably at least go at Santana. Since 1914, Michael Brantley has 6 different 9-game hitting streaks this year.
Consistency. That's exactly what he has been, and it looks like Lawler's going to make a move to get back into his bullpen.
Yeah, see, had Michael doubled, they would have just pitched around Santana. So we got a timeout for another pitching change. We're in the 11th inning. It's a 1-1 ball game. Indians have a runner at first with 2 outs, and the new pitcher is Jose Veras. Harris. I was trying to remember how they got him this year. In their notes, it tells you that he was put on the roster on June 26th. He signed a minor league contract on June the 15th after getting released by the. And they stopped writing.
Well, you're supposed to guess. The Cubs.
Carlos Santana last time up tied the game.
Well, they had a 3-0 count. It looked like the 3-0 pitch was ball 4. They called it a strike. Then he got one to his liking and got a base hit.
Carlos 1 for 2 with a ding dong against Veras. Jose Veras originally signed by the Tampa Bay Rays in 1998. Since then, he's pitched with the Texas Rangers, the New York Yankees, the Indians, the Marlins, the Pirates, the Brewers, the Astros, the Tigers, the Cubs, and now back to Houston. Another pitch out. Still nothing doing.
Pitch outs.
Strange.
It really is. To go to 3-0, 2-0 pitch out.
In my mind, that's almost telling me they're not pitching to Santana in this attack.
It's a waste. I mean,
at least I don't. 3-0. I don't think they'd come at him.
2-0 pitch out. With 2 outs. If he steals a base, he steals a base. Then you can do what you want. Then I see you pitching around. You don't pitch the go-ahead run into scoring position.
Well, they just did.
Was I wrong or what? I was going to say
they weren't going to pitch to him. That was a weird way of intentionally walking a guy, but that's essentially what they just did.
I've never seen that before.
How else do you explain it?
I know. I was watching it. Brantley's looking and thinking, what are they doing?
Okay.
All right, I'll go. I'm in scoring position now.
That's essentially saying, we're not going to let Santana beat us. We're going to make Aviles beat us.
Well, maybe they should have let, instead of pitching out, maybe if Brantley wanted to run, they had a chance to throw him out at second to get it out, as opposed to walking the winning run into, or the go-ahead run into scoring position.
Mike Aviles takes a strike. See if Mike can make him pay. He flied to deep right his only time up. That was in the ninth. Jason Kipnis started the game for the Tribe. He went 0 for 3. But he left with left hamstring tightness, and that precipitated Aviles coming into the ball game. Chop to third. Dominguez scoops it up, throws him out. Indians lead 2. And we'll go to the bottom of the 11th. Still tied at 1. 1-1 our score. Bottom of the 11th. Brian Shaw, straight workhorse, 76th appearance of the year. Tied with Sid Manji back in 1979.
Yeah. Ossenmacher lefty, Manji a lefty, Shaw the righty, Cody the righty, Howry the righty. So.
But I'm thinking in 1979, we didn't have the kind of bullpens that you have nowadays.
He had a rubber arm, Sid Manji did. You know, he'd come in, yeah.
Probably multiple innings,
One
too,
of those,
huh?
Yeah, that time, sure.
Gregorio Petit. Who else was in the bullpen with Manji? Was it Victor Cruz at the same time?
Victor Cruz, Spillner.
Oh, yeah, Dan Spillner.
Yeah, he came out. He had, I think, 12 wins one year coming out of the bullpen.
Outside, he missed 2-0. Wasn't Sid in fantasy camp?
Yeah, he came down.
Yeah.
Yes, he did. He came down last year, sure.
I don't know why, but as a kid, I didn't realize he was as big a man as he is. Big guy.
Yeah. He's been coaching for a while, does a nice job.
Strike call, 2-2. Missed outside in a full count. Petit 0 for 3 tonight. He has flied out twice, grounded out once. Astros with 6 hits in the ballgame. They had a leadoff single in the bottom of the ninth. But Chris Carter banged into a double play right after that. The hit they had previous to that came in the 6th inning with 1 out. Chris Carter had a single, and then he was thrown out trying to steal. Three-two. Swing and a miss. Shaw strikes him out. 1 away. Brian has struck out a pair, and that's 11 strikeouts for Indians pitching on the night.
Well, he comes with that 3-2 cutter on the outside part of the plate, gets the swing and the miss.
Robbie Grossman, 1 for 4 on the night. Good fastball, 94 miles an hour.
Indians with 47 strikeouts in this 4-game series.
Smashed up the middle and through. Winning run aboard with 1 out here in the 11th for Houston.
Again, another hit that's what Fowler did back in the 9th you were talking about, right back up the middle part of the field. Now you've got the hitting machine coming to the plate.
Now Brian Shaw 0-2 in his last 3 appearances. 5 earned runs allowed in 2 1/3 innings. Terry Francona said he's gotten into a rut where he's fallen behind in the count, and then when he's tried to get back into the count, he's left some balls over the middle of the plate. He said, look, he's pitched a lot, and obviously we don't want to pitch him when he's worn out, but his stuff still has good life. Now, Terry had given him 5 days off from September 6th through the 11th to try to buy him a little rest. And he said, yeah, Shaw didn't like that at all. But he said when you pitch as much as he does, you have to buy him some time because you run the risk of just running them into the ground otherwise.
Yeah, he's not going to say anything. He's going to continue to go out there.
Well, he went 1, 2, 3 in the 10th, and he's right back out here again in the 11th. That's the other thing about Brian Shaw, Rick. Most of his appearances this year have been a full inning. He's very rarely a guy comes in, faces one guy, and then heads out.
And he's been on multiple innings a number of times as well.
Altuve 0 for 4 on the night. Interesting how Altuve will hold the bat in his left hand.
Just wait
until the pitcher gets ready, and then he brings it back. Popped him up. Oh, it's a tough play for Aviles, but somehow makes the catch. Fires to first, but Grossman was back in time. Boy, I thought at the last moment that thing was going to end up dropping because it's out there in what they call no man's land.
Look at, he had to turn around, and he finally picked it up. And boy, oh boy, he was lucky to catch that ball. He ended up hanging in there really well. That was not an easy play.
So with 2 down, Dexter Fowler, who has 2 hits on the night. Oh, that was close. Grossman just did get back.
Don't think he's going anywhere either, but Santana applies a tag on his back. That was close.
No 1-0. In there for a strike. Another 1-1.
Come on, Jack. Come on, kid.
Shaw has worked himself. This is what Terry talked about, the rut that he gets into here lately, falling behind in counts. back. Runner at first. Grossman takes off. 3-2 pitch hit to center. And Bourne makes the catch. We play on to the 12th. We go tied at 1. Aboard.
He's up there waiting. He's been waiting for a while.
We'll be boarding the train and heading to Minnesota after the game wraps up tonight here at Minute Maid Park.
Yeah, last stop on the road.
Yeah, that's it.
2014.
Jason Giambi moving to the on-deck circle. And it looks like he's going to bat for Jesus Aguilar. Jose Veras got the last out of the 11th and will stay on the pitch here in the 12th. Yan Gomes 0 for 4 on the night.
You can hear the voices carrying now in
Wow,
the warehouse,
can you
can't
ever.
you?
Gomes takes a strike. There might not be more than a few hundred folks left at this point. Gomes not happy, and he lets home plate umpire Vic Carapazza know about it.
Yeah, I'm thinking that ball is down.
Veras with the 0-2. And that's popped back out of play. Swing and a miss. He strikes him out. One away. Last year in April, here at Minute Maid Park, Jason Giambi hit a home run, and this would be the 32nd different ballpark that he had hit a home run in during his career. And a pitch down low. Not bad numbers in his career.
Not at all. Pretty darn good numbers.
.92 miles an hour. Had a little good run to it. Running away. Evens the count 1-1. Just outside. 2 balls and a strike. Giambi has spent most of the year on the disabled list. This will be just the 23rd game he has appeared in this year. Outside, 3-1. Lonnie Chisenhall waits on deck. And Veras ready with a 3-1 pitch. Full count. The payoff pitch. Low, ball 4. And we'll get a pinch runner. Looks like Zach Walters. So Giambi draws a walk. Walters will come on to run. Lonnie Chisenhall will be the batter. 1 for 4 on the night. Customers still left in attendance. It seems a majority of them are here to watch the Indians. And the pitch by Veras. Lonnie takes a strike. Low and away, 1-1. That's pretty impressive. 7 out of 16 with 4 doubles in extra frames for Lonnie this year. High pop foul out of play. Oakland has played in 20 extra inning games. Baltimore 19, and this is number 19 for Cleveland. So they've certainly had their fair. Oh, Boston's also played in 20 this year. Popped up foul, out of play again.
Yeah, and you go back, and the Indians were the last team to play an extra inning game. What did it take it, 32, 33 games before they even played an extra inning game this year.
Yeah, they were the last team to be forced into an extra inning affair. And that came on. Oh, is that right? Was it game 45?
Okay.
No, you're right. Game 32 against Minnesota. A 1-0 loss against the Twins in 10 innings. This had the makings of a 1-0 loss, if not for Michael Bourne in the 9th inning, who led it off with an inside the park home run that was overruled by video and turned into a double. But that got him a little spark, got him a jolt, which they hadn't had the whole game. They would rally for a run to tie it and send it to extras. Chisenhall strikes out. 2-2.
There's that breaking ball. He gets Lonnie to swing over the top of it. Second strikeout in the inning.
And it will bring up Tyler Holt. Jose Veras with a flip to first. Walter's back. Well, surprised to see Walters in the game, even in a pinch running role. He left the game 3 nights ago with an intercostal strain.
Right. That surprised me.
Outside, 2-0.
Yeah, the only guys left on the bench are Sellers and Perez for the Indians.
Come on, Hosey. Come on, Hose. Come on now. Here we go.
Holt missed at the center. Fowler back, makes the catch. Go to the bottom of the 12th. 1-1. Mirror cam, huh?
That's Murph cam.
Well, that's about what we've had to resort to at this point. CLE coming on to pitch now for the Indians.
Sixth pitcher for the Tribe tonight. Salazar went 7 1/3. Hagedorn a third. Atchison an inning. Kupchinski a third. Then Shaw came out with his couple of innings.
Well, and as you pointed out, Rick, the only guy left on the bench really is Justin Sellers because Roberto Perez is backup catcher.
Right.
Whereas Houston hasn't used anybody off their bench. Their starting 9 still in the game. And they've used 4 different relief pitchers to this point. So here we go with Chris Carter, 1 for 4 on the night. And CLE delivers a low and away ball 1. Missed inside 2-0. Oh, you know what? Chris Jimenez is not on our roster sheet, but he is available on the bench. Forgot about the G-man. There's a strike call. Understandable how they might have forgot to put his name on the roster with as many players as you have called up this time of year. Pitch is inside. 3-1. And he walks him. Astros get their leadoff man aboard, and even though it's a big bat in the middle of their lineup, I'll be curious to see if Tom Lawless goes to a pinch runner. Carter runs well. He has 5 steals, but you would think they've got a burner. Yep,
there's your answer
Jonathan
right
Villar.
there, and out comes Francona. He's going to make a pitching change.
He's bringing the trainer with him.
Oh, okay. He is bringing the trainer with him to check on CLE. There's his last pitch.
Looked like he was trying to get that shoulder flexed out. Maybe that gave them pause to come out and check him. He seems to be fine, so he'll stay in the game. Pinch runner Jonathan Villar takes over for Carter at first base. Jason Castro 0 for 4 tonight. He was going to bunt but pulled it back. Ball 1. And CLE can't find the plate. 6 pitches, only 1 strike. Squares again, missed again.
Okay, yeah, he's flinching around there. I don't know what's going on, if it's his back or what.
Mike Aviles over with a quick word. Terry Francona says we got to get somebody else in here.
He sure did. He's not gonna sit back and watch it. He's already went to the bullpen. He is gone.
So we got a timeout. It's a 2-0 count. Kyle Crockett's coming on when we come back. In the 12th, Astros have their leadoff man aboard. It's a 2-0 count on Jason Castro. And the new Indians pitcher is left-hander Kyle Crockett, on for the 39th time this year.
Well, in C.C. Lee's case, they were going to try and sacrifice Villar's second base. He just couldn't find the strike zone. He walked Carter. And only, he threw one strike when he was out there.
All right, so Castro, I assume he'll still be trying to bunt here.
You would think so. Now that they go out and they get in the left-hander.
Three and 0. Castro taking 3 balls and a strike. He looks down at Pat Listash at third base. Going through the signs, and now Castro ready to get back in. Villar, the pinch runner, held at first by Carlos Santana. He squares, he bunts. Chisenhall takes it, goes to first, 1 away. Winning run into scoring position for Houston. And the batter will be Jake Marisnick, who drove in the only run for Houston tonight back in the 4th inning.
There it was coming back in the 4th inning. This is a ball. Just gets under the glove of Ramirez. Thought he maybe should have just tried to knock that ball down. But it gets under his glove. The run scores. That was 1-0 until the 9th inning, and the Indians were able to come in and score. Mickey Callaway now on his way to the mound. And now you've got the left-hander on deck, Singleton, who struck out 4 times tonight. So I'm sure that talk was based on how they are going to pitch here. If they're even going to pitch to him, or you go right to the left-hander. We will see.
It's a little bit low, ball 1. Indians pitching staff has held Houston to 2 runs in the last 28 innings of this series. He checks, it's down low.
Now there's 2 now. Let's just see if they go ahead and put him on. Doesn't look like they want to throw him a strike, so it doesn't go ahead and put him on. He didn't bite after the first 2. Yeah, they're going to put him on.
Oh, almost threw it away.
We did see that on this road trip.
Well, we saw C.C. Lee throw one behind a guy trying to bunt and then
throw one to the screen and scored a run.
Wild pitch. I mean, on an intentional walk attempt. Threw it to the screen. So there's your free pass. So 2
Now,
walks in the inning.
Singleton coming back to the bench. They're going to pinch hit. They've seen enough of his act tonight.
Jesus Guzman's first appearance in the series will be as a pinch hitter. And the right-handed bat. Guzman as a pinch hitter this year is 1 for 15. Down low.
These guys are having tough times throwing strikes.
There's a fastball strike at the knee, at the belt. One pitch. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. He got him to go fish. 2 down.
Came back with a couple of breaking balls and got him to chase one out of the strike zone, so he comes up empty. First strikeout for Crockett. Butts the second out of the inning. Now he's going to try and get out of it here.
Dominguez takes. It's a strike.
Come on, Matty. Come on, Matty.
With the runners going, slow chopper. Do or die play. Aviles throws him out. And the inning is over. Heck of a play by Mike Aviles with the runner bearing down on him. Actually made contact with him, but he hangs in there, and the inning is over. We go to the 13th. Now, Mike Aviles came on for Jason Kipnis, and he's had to make a couple of nifty plays to help the Tribe out here. This was a terrific play.
That was
here.
a tough one. That was a tough one right there. And then this one right there, why the runner tried to make contact with him is beyond me. You've got to give the defender a chance to make a play, and he sort of like clipped Aviles. He would have been out anyway.
Yeah, the umpire, Angel Hernandez, he looked at the runner and made the out sign, so I'm assuming even though Aviles completed the play,
right,
they're going to make that an unassisted put out for Aviles, I guess. I don't know. Strange. Just it's par for the course the way this thing has played out, though, since that goofy ninth inning began. Samuel Deduno is the 6th Astros pitcher to work tonight. Michael Bourne fouls it straight back. Bounced it in there.
Come on, Sam. Come on, Sam.
There's a strike call. That's 1-2, and Michael Bourne's got a beef with Vic Carapazzi. Understandable there. Swing and a miss. Bourne strikes out, 1 away. You almost get the feeling that everybody involved in this game tonight has just reached the point of exhaustion. You know, it's here at the end of the
mental
season.
fatigue.
Yeah, 152. You're in the 13th inning. The players are tired. The umpires are tired. Got to fight through it, though. Bounced it in there. Jose Ramirez, 2 hits on the night, but as Rick told you earlier, he needed replay to get him those 2 hits. Otherwise, he would be 0 for the series. He is 2 for 15 against the Astros.
Yeah, both those plays that were overturned. Bang, bang at first base. He hustled down the line both times and did beat them both. The first one we could really tell. That wasn't close. The second one was. When he was in a sacrifice situation back in the 9th.
The 2-1. Well, that's outside. 3 balls in the strike.
Deduno can
get
lose it in a hurry. Yes, he can. Here's a guy that you want to make him get it and stay in the strike zone because he can lose it. Got that breaking ball. When you get on base, he can bounce that breaking ball in the dirt.
Line down the left field line, hit it for the corner. Grossman trying to cut it off to no avail. Into second base with a 1-out double is Jose Ramirez, his 3rd hit of the night.
Third double for the Indians as well, and that's a nice swing going it the other way. Line drive. There's a good look past Dominguez before he realized it. Down into the corner, so a 1-out double now. See if they put Brantley on.
Brantley with Carlos Santana to follow.
Yeah, it's almost a no-brainer, isn't it?
I would think so. And that's what they're going to do. And so if you're Jose Ramirez, be alert. Should he fire one to the backstop?
Well, you never take it for granted because, you know, you go to the ballpark, you say, oh, that'll never happen. They can throw 4 like that. But, boy, once it happens, you're always ready.
You don't want to be standing flat-footed on the base if it does.
You know what? It may not happen for another 2 years that you see it. But when it does, you better be ready.
So Brantley takes his base. And Carlos Santana is the guy who tied this game in the 9th with this base hit to right field. That scored Jose Ramirez. And ultimately sent this baby to extra innings. Now, can he deliver the go-ahead run for Cleveland? Cody Allen getting loose in the Tribe bullpen in case he does just that. Santana walked his last time up in the 11th, and that was an unintentional intentional walk if you've ever seen one. It just adds to the strangeness tonight. They threw 3 straight pitch outs to Santana.
Yeah, that was very weird.
Low, ball 1. That's what Michael Brantley was at first base at the time. But they were able to make it work because Mike Aviles grounded out to end the inning. I really believe that if there were 2 outs, they'd do it again. But because there's only 1 out, they can't afford to put the go-ahead run at third base where a fly ball or even a ground ball that's not a double play would give the Indians the lead. Santana, good spot here, 2-0. Now it's 3 balls and no strikes. Three-0 count. DeDuno deals. Santana takes ball 4. Castro and DeDuno looking back at home plate umpire Vic Arapaza. And everybody's just about done with everybody in this series. Bases loaded, 1 out. And the batter will be Mike Aviles as Brent Strom, the pitching coach, goes to the mound for a visit. First time up, Aviles sent a fly ball to deep right field. You take that right here. What you don't want is a ground ball right at an infielder.
Well, after the intentional, what's it, 8 straight balls now because he didn't throw a strike to Santana. So you got to be careful now. You don't want to help him out. We've seen this guy, he can go off and just miss that strike zone a lot. Pressure's still on him. Still only 1 out.
And Aviles digs in. DeDuno sets and deals, and Aviles takes a fastball strike. The infield, as you saw, double play depth. The outfield, not normal depth. I think Fowler's shortened up a little bit in center. He can cover so much ground. He can afford to cheat in a little bit. There's a liner to right. And a catch made by Marisnick. Tagging, coming home, Ramirez. Here's a toilet plate. It's offline. Indians take the lead. Oh, Marisnick was in perfect position to make the play for Houston. He was charging. He was shallow. But his throw way off the mark. And Ramirez hustling home. He has scored both Indians runs tonight, and they lead it 2-1.
Well, exactly what you have to do as an outfielder. He was on the run, and he was trying to rush it. He came in on the run and just didn't gather himself. So what happens, you get ahead of yourself, and that front shoulder opened up quickly, and he ended up pulling the ball and spiked it over there to the left. And you can see he had more time than he thought, but when he's charging and you try and get rid of it quickly, man, he opened up, and he knew with the speed you got to send him. So that front shoulder flies open. The sacrifice fly gives the Indians a lead.
Brantley went to third on the play, and now Santana goes down to second. They give Santana a stolen base there. That's number 5 for him. Popped up, shallow center. Out goes Altuve, and he's got it to end the inning. Indians take the lead 2-1. Cody Allen will try to close it out when we come back. Well, we go to the bottom of the 13th. Thanks to the sac fly by Mike Aviles. Cody Allen will try to get his 22nd save of the year. He'll be facing a pinch hitter, Marwin Gonzalez, to start the bottom of the 13th. Then Robbie Grossman and Jose Altuve. That's due up for the Astros here in the 13th inning. This the series finale. Indians desperate for a win to keep their playoff hopes alive. Boy, Seattle and the Angels are scoreless. What are they going on the 8th inning?
Yeah, that may be bottom of the 8th.
Felix Hernandez pitching for Seattle, but Mariners haven't been able to break through against who was the starter for the Angels tonight? They changed him.
Oh yeah, that was
Wade LeBlanc
started. He went 5, a little over 5.
Hernandez struck out 11 in 7 innings, 3 hits allowed. Well, bottom line is Oakland lost earlier today, so the Indians could pick up a full game on Oakland and maybe a full game on Seattle if the Angels can find a way to win that game. But they got to close this out first. And Cody Allen trying to do his part, has Gonzalez down on the count 0-2. And Chase down and in. 1-2. Swing and a miss. He couldn't help himself. He went down and in. And Gonzalez chased after it, one away.
Yeah, he laid off the pitch before, but he couldn't do it here. You keep going back to it. He comes up empty. Spans his strike zone, gets a strikeout, and gets that leadoff man to start this inning. Big out.
Downstairs with a fastball to Robbie Grossman, who has 2 hits on the night, 3 in the series. Two balls, no strikes. Terry Francona once again manipulating that bullpen. Line to center, and that will be a base hit. So Grossman has a 3-hit night for the Astros. So they get the tying run aboard now for Jose Altuve.
Well, he was sitting there looking for the fastball, and he got one down to where he likes it. But he lined it into center field. So 96-mile-an-hour heater went flying out of there. Now the tying run is aboard.
Jose Altuve came into tonight 7 for 13 in the series. But as you see there, they've held him 0 for 5 tonight. And it's outside ball 1.
The only sign he's going to give Altuve now, the third base coach, is get a double or get a base hit.
Wow, the pitch is in there for a strike. It's even at 8 apiece. 2-1 Cleveland in the 13th. Cody Allen fires, and
yes, he did.
Got a piece of it with the bat, and so now he falls behind 1-2.
It's that breaking ball, and he couldn't hold up on it.
Now the 1-2. Lifted into the air to right field. Tyler Holt has it 2 down. And that leaves it up to Dexter Fowler.
Yeah, he let that ball in on him. He's a little frustrated.
Heck of a job, though, for the Indians after he had 7 hits and 13 at bats the first 3 games of the series to hold him 0 for 6 tonight. Dexter Fowler has 2 hits in the ball game. I'll tell you who else is going to be happy about that 0 for 6 tonight is
Victor
Martinez, because
they're off.
He closed the gap to 7 points. He was down 11 when the day began. At least I'm going by the scoreboard. I assume that's his updated average.
Yeah,
of 340.
I'm sure it is 340, right?
So Fowler with 2 down. Allen ready with the 0-2 pitch. Down the line, but foul. Pulled it just enough. Fowler never left the batter's box, so he knew it wasn't going to stay fair. It would have been a lot of trouble, though, had it worked its way inside the line. Really took off on Cody. Cubs wanted it high. Not quite that high, though. It's been a long night in the Lone Star State. Will it be all worth it in the end? Yes, indeed. Cody Allen nails down his 22nd save of the year, striking out Dexter Fowler to end it, and the Indians survive with a 2-1 victory, taking 3 out of 4 to win the series and closing the gap on both the Central Division and wild card leaders. Kyle Crockett gets the win. He goes to 4-0. Losing pitcher Samuel Deduno falls to 2-6. With the win, the Indians have won 3 in a row. They're now 79 and 73 on the year. And Houston falls to 67 and 86. Indians finish the season series against the Astros at 5-2. Well, time for our key play of the game, brought to you by Key Bank.
Well, let's look at that 13th inning where Ramirez got 1 out and he takes that breaking ball up and lines it down the left field line. That'll be a double. They had to walk Brantley. They ended up having another walk, and he gets a sacrifice fly by Aviles. Marisnik comes in. He just pulled that ball. He was shallow enough, and trying to rush his throw allows Ramirez to score. He scored both runs tonight. That'll be our Key Bank key play of the game, brought to you by Key Bank.
Well, for those of you who stayed up late with us tonight to see this one through, go to bed. You deserve it. How about the Indians pitching staff? They held the Astros to 2 runs in the last 30 innings of this series. Stay tuned for Indians Live. It's coming up next. We'll see you tomorrow night from Minneapolis.